Undermining elections is rampant in the right wing of the Republican Party, and it seems they'll use any means they can to achieve that goal. They know that Donald Trump and Republicans are in trouble this November, and they'll do whatever it takes, legal or not, to prevent a legitimate election. ICE needs to leave the airports now. Trump needs to pay TSA workers now and push Republicans to reach a deal. No intimidation forces at our airports. No more chaos at checkpoints. Enough is enough. And let me just finish with this on vote by mail. This morning, the New York Times reported that Donald Trump, who constantly complains about vote by mail, who says it's rife with fraud, used vote by mail himself in a special election in Florida. Can you believe it? According to Donald Trump, vote by mail is cheating when other people use it, but perfectly fine when he does it himself. What a hypocrite this man is. What a hypocrite. Maybe Donald Trump should ask for another amendment to the SAVE Act to create a presidential exception for mail-in ballots, because apparently his own rules do not apply to him. And of course, the White House is now offering ridiculous excuses, saying the president's a busy man. He obviously lives in the White House. This is all nonsense. A single mom with 3 kids and 2 jobs is just as busy as Donald Trump. And he's doing everything he can to stop her from voting while voting by mail himself, because he is busy. Donald Trump goes to Mar-a-Lago almost every weekend. His polling location is less than 15 minutes away by car. If he wanted to vote in person, he easily could have. His decision to vote by mail shows just how hypocritical Donald Trump is about fraud and cheating. That's who he is, I'm afraid. And that tells you everything. It shows not only Donald Trump's hypocrisy, but the complete baselessness of his claims about voter fraud. It shows that the whole point of pushing this bill is to make it harder for people to cast a ballot. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the Thune Amendment along those lines is just a cover-up to hide what the SAVE Act really does. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you for the recognition. The recent decision to waive oil sanctions on Russia and Iran in an attempt to stabilize oil prices frees up both of these adversaries to sell their oil at market prices. Waiving oil sanctions now enriches the very countries that we wish to harm. It advantages the countries that wish to do us harm. Iran and Russia are actively working together to place Americans and other innocent lives at risk. Iran has provided Russia with critical drone technology to use in terrorizing Ukrainians, and Russia is reportedly providing intelligence that allows Iran to target U.S. facilities and critical infrastructure throughout the Middle East. I urge the administration to immediately delist these waivers and not renew them once they expire after 30 days. Last October, President Trump took the extraordinary step of imposing sanctions on Russia's 2 largest energy producers, Lukoil and Rosneft. This move was long overdue, and it corrected yet another error of President Biden's handling of Russia's war against Ukraine. Here in this body, in the Senate, more than 80 senators have added their names to legislation to further sanction Russian oil, and there is significant support to get this legislation passed. In the months following President Trump's new sanctions, Russia's revenues dropped significantly. Vladimir Putin was beginning to feel the budgetary pressures, forcing him to choose between which domestic program to cut or to sustain his war of aggression in Ukraine. The effect of President Trump's sanction policies is now at risk of being reversed. To combat rising oil prices, the Treasury Department recently lifted sanctions for a period of 30 days on Russian oil already at sea. The Financial Times estimates that Russia is earning $150 million a day, or nearly $2 billion, since the Strait of Hormuz was effectively closed at the start of the month. In the span of a 30-day waiver, Russia could reap nearly $5 billion in a single month. Similarly, with the waivers for Iran announced last Friday, one report says Iran could make as much as $14 billion from their sales. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to provide financial relief to a country that we're currently fighting. The impacts of these waivers will be immediate. Russia can now more easily fund its war machine, from producing more drones and ballistic missiles to offering more pay for enlistees. The influx of cash is a gift to one of our nation's greatest adversaries intent on continuing its war in Ukraine, dividing NATO and cooperating with China, Iran, and North Korea to undermine American interests. The infusion of money for Tehran will enable it to rebuild capabilities that have been degraded over the past several weeks. Iran can also fund its proxy networks that threaten our interests in Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen. The waivers signal desperation to the Iranian regime and reinforces that their strategy of taking the Straits of Hormuz hostage is working. Since Putin began his full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, he has wagered that he can outlast the United States of America. He can outlast Europe and other nations supporting Ukraine. Likewise, the Iranian regime believes it can endure pain for longer than its neighbors and the United States. It is up to us to make sure that that bet they both lose. Here at home, Americans are not immune to the sacrifices that come from waging war. Certainly our service members, their families, they are paying a price. But it's also expected that it's not expected that Americans can go without suffering as well. This is a reminder of the urgent need to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and strengthen domestic energy production. Energy touches every aspect of daily life, whether heating our homes, irrigating our crops, operating a business, or simply filling up the tank. To secure a stable and affordable energy future, we must pursue long-term strategy that expands and diversifies our domestic energy portfolio. And that includes drilling more oil domestically, permitting reform and advancing biofuels, hydrogen, the next generation of nuclear technologies, and hydropower, resources that can bolster our resilience and reduce vulnerability to global markets. I've long supported allowing year-round nationwide sale of E15. Expanding access to this affordable fuel blend gives consumers more choices at the pump and strengthens markets for our nation's farmers and ethanol producers. Now is the time to continue to invest in our own energy production so we are not dependent upon foreign countries to supply us that energy. In both Russia and in Iran, the economic pressures of sanctions had begun to make their bite. Russia cannot achieve a breakthrough on the battlefield, and more money is needed to bribe ordinary Russians to fight. In Iran, mismanagement of the economy under sanctions led to major protests over the past decade. President Trump's sanctions are an essential component to the efforts to pressure Putin into ending his war and forcing Iran to come to the negotiating table. This tool is more important now than ever. Now is the time to keep the pressure on through the use of sanctions and choke off Russia and Iran's oil revenues that is funding their military operations. They are our adversaries. We should keep the sanctions on. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. My home state of Nebraska is currently facing devastating wildfires, the worst in our state's history. Yesterday, I, along with Senator Ricketts, Congressman Adrian Smith, and our Governor Jim Pillen, we welcomed U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins to Nebraska so that she could meet firsthand with responders, ag producers, who have experienced incredible damage. Across the state, more than 800,000 acres and counting have burned. turning grasslands to ash, and we saw this firsthand up close. Family farms and ranchers have watched hundreds of miles of fences burned. They've done everything they can to protect their livestock. The coming weeks and months will be difficult. Fences will need to be rebuilt. Grazing plans will need to change. Entire seasons of work will likely need to be reconsidered. While recovery will be difficult, we should do everything in our power to ensure that disaster recovery programs at the USDA can support our farmers and ranchers during this difficult time. It was feedback from ag producers in previous years' wildfires that led me to introduce my bipartisan Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act. The goal of this legislation is to expedite federal cost sharing following these natural disasters, just like the wildfires burning across Nebraska right now. My bill would ensure that the Emergency Conservation Program eligibility can be triggered faster in response to a wildfire and provide flexibility for the producers completing the rehabilitative work. In times of crisis, Nebraskans deserve relief, not additional burdens. The Emergency Conservation Program's current distribution system, well, it too often fails to provide the support it was designed to offer. We need to streamline the recovery process so we can restore agricultural land more quickly following emergencies like these tragic wildfires. This legislation won't solve all the challenges Nebraska's producers are facing, but it would meaningfully improve this disaster recovery program. Mr. President, that's why I'm asking my colleagues to join my bipartisan effort to improve the Emergency Conservation Program. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation that has already passed through the Senate and the House Ag committees in various packages. Farmers and ranchers, not only in Nebraska but all across America, will have more security and stability because of it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry be discharged from further consideration of S629 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S629, a bill to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without an objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent to be able to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled lunch recess.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate will soon confirm Colin McDonald to be the Assistant Attorney General for National Fraud Enforcement. Now, this is an entirely new position, a new division inside the Department of Justice. It reflects President Trump's forceful actions to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. I met with Mr. McDonald in my office a few weeks ago, and he is the right person to lead this effort. His track record as a prosecutor in California, as well as Hawaii, as well as the Department of Justice, is exceptional. He has successfully taken down drug traffickers, human smugglers, and corrupt officials. He has proven to be especially experienced in investigating and prosecuting fraud. Mr. McDonald is a noble public servant, and I strongly support his nomination. He's going to be a dedicated fighter of fraud. America needs a fighter of fraud on the job immediately. And let me remind you why we are here doing this in the first place. It's because in cities and states across the country, criminals are stealing staggering sums of money from hardworking American taxpayers. The American people are being robbed, and they know it. They see waste, they see fraud, they see abuse, they see corruption, and people are sick and tired of it. Americans are fed up with welfare criminals and the elected officials who tolerate them. Democrats in the big cities and liberal states look the other way, and the criminals know it. Remember the fraudulent daycare center in Minnesota? No children were actually enrolled. It was a front. It was set up to siphon money from the federal treasury. State officials in Minnesota looked the other way, and criminals became more and more emboldened. Democrats are complicit in turning the United States Treasury into an automated teller machine. The Treasury has become an ATM for crooks, for criminals, and for corruption. The fraud epidemic in Minnesota happened when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were in the White House. The current governor, Tim Walz, is still in office today. And recall, he was Kamala Harris's vice presidential nominee in the 2024 presidential election. Fraud spread like wildfire on their watch. In one particular outrageous scheme, criminals falsified the diagnosis of autism. They bribed parents with thousands of dollars of government money to use their children's names on falsified documents. The records show that many parents actively negotiated to be paid even higher rates for the bribery. The parents who were in on the scams even threatened to move their children to competing fraudulent providers unless they received even more money. And these were children without autism. They didn't need treatment. Let me show you how bad this was. In 2018, the Minnesota Medicaid program that was designed to help children with autism spent a grand total of $6 million. That's the year 2018. 5 years later, due to the massive criminal fraud, as elected officials looked the other way, the price tag ballooned from $6 million to $193 million. Evidence of fraud doesn't get much clearer than that. Of course, Minnesota isn't the only liberal state with substantial fraud. There's also widespread fraud in California's Medicaid programs. CBS News just last week reported that over a third of hospice providers in Los Angeles trigger multiple red flags for fraud. These are people that are supposed to be taking care of people in their final days of life, people with cancer, debilitating diseases. Multiple red flags for fraud. California officials look the other way. Mr. President, a vote for Mr. McDonald is a vote to attack this fraud epidemic head on. It's a vote to prosecute criminals, and it's a vote to protect hardworking American taxpayers. And I want to congratulate Mr. McDonald on his nomination. We need him on the job immediately, and I look forward to voting for his confirmation. Mr. President, on a separate matter, for 5 weeks now, TSA agents have not gotten paid. Most continue to show up for work anyway. The TSA agents are struggling. They need to provide for their families. But as a result of the Democrat shutdown, some TSA agents are calling in sick or seeking new employment. On Sunday, 2 days ago, Nearly 3,500 TS agents were absent from work. More than 400 have quit. They've done that since the shutdown of February 13th. It is worse when you look city by city. In Atlanta, Georgia, 42% of the TSA agents didn't show up for work on Sunday. In Houston, 40%. In New York City and Philadelphia, 1 in 4 TSA agents were absent. And this is a reason we see the very long lines at the airports. Mr. President, immediately funding the Department of Homeland Security is the only way to end the shutdown. We need to make sure they are funded. The Democrat shutdown is dangerous. It is disgraceful. But once again, Democrats are proving on this very floor that they care more about illegal immigrant criminals than they do the safety and security of the American people. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Recess until 2:10 p.m.
Senator from Iowa.
Before I speak, I have a request from the leadership. I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of both the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Okay. Today, we're voting on Colin McDonald. He's nominated to serve as Assistant Attorney General. The Assistant Attorney General over the Justice Department's National Fraud Enforcement Division. Historically, the President and the Attorney General have organized the Justice Department to address the pressing needs that face our nation. And I commend President Trump and Attorney General Bondi for doing so now, right now, to address the ongoing crisis of federal program fraud. So you think about ongoing crisis of federal program fraud. Think Minnesota, think Medicaid fraud. Republicans and Democrats can and should agree. Fighting fraud, particularly fraud on the American taxpayer, is important work, and that's true now more than ever. The Judiciary Committee held multiple hearings on recent fraud in Minnesota. Since then, other fraud schemes have been identified around the country. These shocking fraud schemes target federal programs that were designed to help people with autism, to help the elderly, and to help small businesses. However, the victims of federal program fraud are not just the intended recipients of program funding. The American taxpayers who entrusted us in the government with their hard-earned money are victims as well. The Trump nominee, Mr. McDonald, understands this, and he will fight all fraud against all victims. In his hearing, this is what Mr. McDonald committed to, quote, prosecute criminals who exploit the generosity of our country by stealing from taxpayer-funded programs. Every dollar stolen is a dollar that didn't put bread on the table, that didn't reach the hospital bed, that didn't meet the needs identified by Congress. Fraudsters should never be allowed to rip off the United States of America. End of Mr. McDonald's quote. I agree with Mr. McDonald. What happened in Minnesota and around the country is unacceptable. And we as elected officials need to support the Justice Department in stopping this fraud. Confirming today Mr. McDonald as head of the National Fraud Enforcement is the very critical first step. Mr. McDonald is the right person to lead this effort. He spent his entire career in public service as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of California. As a prosecutor, Mr. McDonald handled an array of criminal offenses, and he specialized in investigating and prosecuting fraud, money laundering, unlawful transactions, and tax crimes. He's tirelessly worked to protect the rights of victims. He's never shied away from hard cases. He runs towards those hard cases. And at every turn, he's advocated with candor and the highest ethical standards. In doing so, he gained the respect of his colleagues, his opposing counsels, and even the judges he appeared before. I believe that the American people will be in good hands with Mr. McDonald working on their side, and I encourage my colleagues to support this nomination. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Colin McDonald of California to be an Assistant Attorney General.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second?
There appears to be.
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cremo. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski.
Hey, Marino.
Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich,
Not the
no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no.
To that amendment.
Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
I'll take.
Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, 2 hours ago, Markwayne Mullin was sworn in as the Secretary of Homeland Security. Grateful that he is there and has taken on that role. We finished that vote last night, and at the end of that vote last night, he walked over to his desk, which is right over there, and signed paperwork to resign from the United States Senate. This morning, Governor of Oklahoma announced his selection for the interim senator to be able to come in. It is solely the governor's decision to be able to make the decision, and I think he's made a great decision on this. The governor signed paperwork this morning in Oklahoma and announced that he was appointing Alan Armstrong, who is the just past president and CEO of the Williams Company, a third-generation Oklahoman and Tulsan, to be our next senator for the state of Oklahoma. He and his wife, Shelley, have been married 40 years. They have 4 grown children. They have 3 grandchildren. He has just stepped down and retired from his position in leadership at Williams and was looking forward to spending a lot more time with grandchildren. And the governor contacted him and said, hey, would you instead consider giving the next 9 months to the United States of America and to the state of Oklahoma to be able to serve as the junior senator for Oklahoma? I'm grateful that he said yes, because I think he'll do a terrific job in this role. He comes with a tremendous amount of business experience coming in, but I think people lose track of the fact that he was president and CEO of one of the largest natural gas midstream companies in the country. In fact, one of the largest companies in the world to be able to handle the movement of clean natural gas all over the country. There are literally families all over America that are dependent on the services that Williams provides for them every day. They may not know the name Williams, but the reason that their stove works, their heater works, or their hot water tank works is because Williams is actually providing the access to be able to get that energy to that spot at that moment. He graduated from the University of Oklahoma years ago and graduated as a civil engineer. But went to work for Williams almost 4 decades ago is just a civil engineer. He literally worked his way up the ranks, serving in multiple different roles in the Williams Company until he finally attained president and CEO, where he has led the company since 2011. Just stepping away to, as I said, getting more time with grandchildren until he got that call just about a week ago. So I'm grateful that he is coming. I'm looking forward to my colleagues having the opportunity to be able to meet him and to be able to integrate him into this body of 100 members. He will join as rank number 100 and will serve here through the rest of this year. But I am very grateful that he has chosen to be able to set aside his private life to be able to step into a season of public service. So I look forward to my colleagues in just a few moments getting a chance to be able to meet the newest senator to join us, the soon-to-be Senator Alan Armstrong. With that, I yield the floor. Quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection. The chair lays before the Senate the certificate of appointment to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of former Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma. The certificate, the chair is advised, is in the form suggested by the Senate. If there is no objection, the reading of the certificate will be waived and it will be printed in full in the record. If the Senate designate will now present himself to the desk, the chair will administer the oath of office. Bishop, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter? So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Langford, Lee, Rounds, Thune, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Coons, Gallego, Heinrich, Rosen, Schatz, Warner, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Lamas, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
And then to this one. Okay.
Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Also-Brooks, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cantwell, No. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I withdraw the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The Senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President, I move to table the Schumer motion to suspend Rule 25.
I note the absence.
The questions on the motion?
Is it just to speak?
Yeah.
Is there an objection?
He knows the absent quorum. We'll let him speak so he can. Without objection.
Without objection, the clerk will call the roll.
Oh, Mr. President,
Ms.
point of quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Yes.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Democratic leader be able to speak for a minute.
I thank the leader for his courtesy.
Objection.
Okay. With this next roll call vote, the Republicans are tabling my motion to suspend the Senate rules to provide a path to pay TSA workers. I will vote against tabling because I want to see the TSA workers paid. Yield the floor.
Mr. President, I move to table the Schumer motion to suspend Rule number 25.
The questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to cancel them out right here.
Thanks. Berkeley. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Barrasso. Thanks. Mr. Bennett.
Okay, well, let me double check. Okay.
Mrs. Blackburn.
Let me check.
Got you. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Buddy here.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Where did you get Stewart from? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Schmidt, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slapkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo,
Cruz, Ernst, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Kim, King, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Sanders, Schumer, and Smith. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell, two, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Thank you. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Warnock,
Great job, Brasso.
no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Janes, aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Curtis? Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
We have this. Oh, no.
Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Lee? Aye. I didn't hear. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Seven, and the motion to table is agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and the motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. I move to table the motion to refer the bill to the Committee on Rules and Administration to report back forthwith with instructions.
Questions on the motion? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. No. You're an aye? Aye. And you're a no. Thank you.
Haggerty's aye.
Thank you.
How are you?
Welch and
You let Peter cut in front of me, you see it? He's got a good nose job.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Thank you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Thank you. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, thank you. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. It's motioned. Gotcha. Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Thank you. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed. Thank you. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Yeah, I got him. Thank you. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Justice, aye.
This one.
Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Marshall, Aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Graham, aye.
I gotta be creeping up on you.
Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Risch, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. President, I withdraw Senate Amendment number 4421.
Senator has that right.
And I call up Husted Amendment number 4732 to the motion to concur with amendment.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Husted, proposes an amendment number 4732 to amendment number 4420.
I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I send a cloture motion to the desk for Senate Amendment number 4732.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on amendment number 4732 to the motion to concur in the House message to accompany S1383 with substitute amendment number 4420, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to refer the House message on S1383 to the Committee on Rules and Administration with instructions to report back forthwith with amendment number 4772.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to refer the message to the Committee on Rules and Administration to report back with instructions being amendment number 4772.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays on my motion.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have an amendment to the instructions.
Clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 4773 to the instructions of the motion to refer.
Mr. President, I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I ask for the yeas and nays on my amendment.
Is there sufficient second?
Second.
There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 4774 to amendment number 4773.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk. Oh, sorry. I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I yield the floor. Suggest absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Yes, we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, in a few moments, I'm going to call up for a vote, a resolution on a privileged motion to end the war in Iran. I'm going to be joined on the floor by several of my colleagues, all of us here in astonishment that 4 weeks into the most significant conflict in the Middle East, in most of our careers in this body, 12 plus Americans killed, $2 billion at least being spent every day, thousands dead throughout the region, we have still not yet had a single hearing in the United States Senate on the war in Iran. We have not had a debate on a war authorization. We have not had a vote to allow senators to weigh in up or down as to whether they want the United States to be at war again in the Middle East. This is an extraordinary moment, and I know we risk engaging in hyperbole these days, coming down to the floor and naming one moment as extraordinary after another moment. But I don't think we have had a moment like this where the United States has been unquestionably at war with a foreign power, where American soldiers are dying as we speak, and it is being hidden actively from the public by the Congress. It's bad enough that we haven't had a debate and vote other than those forced by Democrats. We haven't had a hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee. We haven't had a hearing in the Armed Services Committee. Now, I think we know the reason. The reason is that this administration cannot defend and explain this war. But if they cannot, and if they are not willing to come to Congress and defend this war, it speaks to the indictment of the preparation and the strategy. I'm going to read to you an excerpt from a Washington Post article. Now, the Washington Post has been being very careful about their criticism of the president recently. A surge of additional U.S. forces in the Middle East and President Donald Trump's threat to obliterate Iran's energy infrastructure have set the stage for what U.S. and Israeli security officials increasingly see as the war's endgame, a battle for control of the Strait of Hormuz and key energy installations. Reopening the strait has emerged as perhaps the paramount objective of the war. Officials now believe it is unlikely to achieve goals that briefly seemed possible at the outset of the war, including overthrowing Iran's theocratic regime and putting a nuclear weapon permanently out of Tehran's reach. Okay, let me restate that for you. The Trump administration now says that the goal of the war is not to dislodge an anti-American regime in Tehran. It is not to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It's not even to permanently end Iran's ability to have missiles that can reach their neighbors or drone capacity that can provoke in the region. The primary goal now is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Here's the problem. The strait was open before the war began. We are now seeking to solve a problem that we created. This is insanity. $2 billion is a lot of money. That's the minimum amount of money that is being spent every single day on this war. There are over a dozen families who are burying their loved ones in the United States, and there may be dozens more if this war continues. Prices are skyrocketing, not just in America, but all across the world. Notices just went out from DuPont to their customers that the price of plastic is doubling. The price at the pump in many states is at $4, $5, and going higher. Fertilizer soon to be unaffordable for American farmers. The consequences of this war are stunning in their scope. Higher prices for American businesses and American families, a potential global recession, the wasting of billions of dollars of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and new conflicts in the region that didn't exist before the war began. In the last day, there have been 12 missile attacks inside Israel. Just during this last vote, news broke of another missile attack on a community. B'nai broke. 9 people injured, 6 children injured. Just in the last week, multiple missile and drone attacks on cities throughout Israel. 6 ballistic missiles from 2 separate attacks hit the Kurdish region in Iraq, killing 6 Kurdish fighters. An Iranian missile attack on the UK-US base in Diego Garcia, that's 2,500 miles away from Tehran. UAE has basically stopped giving out information about these drone and missile attacks because they happen so frequently. But on Monday, they did publicize they engaged with 16 drones and 7 ballistic missiles. That was just on Monday. Israel has invaded Lebanon. Those 2 countries are on the verge of full-scale war. 1/6 of the population of Lebanon has already been displaced. Syria is at risk of falling apart again. We have created a catastrophe in the Middle East. We are lighting taxpayer dollars on fire. We are causing prices to go up for everyone. And what is our new war aim? Reopening the strait that was open before we started the war. This is basic incompetence. I mean, this is what you get when you put talk show hosts and real estate developers in charge of American national security. A war that makes absolutely no sense. Even though our war aims have been reduced to simply undoing the damage that we created, it's not even clear we can accomplish that goal. Word is that Iran has now figured out that they can open the strait for limited purposes if you pay them. And that may now be the permanent state of affairs in the strait, that Iran will decide who gets to go through and who doesn't. That's not what happened before the war. We have created a new reality in which Iran has more power over the global economy than they have ever had before. We have not been able to stop their ability to project power. They're still today, 4 weeks into the war, firing missiles and drones at their neighbors. The regime that is in charge now is, according to analysts, worse than the regime that it replaced. Yes, we killed a whole bunch of people, including the supreme leader, but from everything we understand, the group now in charge is more adversarial to U.S. interests and is going to be more provocative in the region. So this war makes absolutely no sense. And the only way to save American consumers, the only way to try to put the pieces back together in the region is for the war to end. So I am glad to be joined here on the floor today by several of my colleagues. Many of them have introduced similar resolutions. This will be the 3rd time that we have brought a war powers resolution before the floor. Senator Kaine and then Senator Booker. This will likely not be the last resolution that we will bring before the floor, because we have a sacred obligation handed to us by our founding fathers for this body and the House of Representatives to decide war. It was a very deliberate decision not to give the power to make war to one individual, to the President of the United States, but to give it to the people. And the people make their voice heard through their elected members of Congress. And so if our Republican colleagues will not do their duty, if they are going to engage in an effort to hide the consequences of the war, if they are going to refuse to ask questions of our incompetent national security leaders at the White House who have waged this war without planning for the foreseeable consequences, then we will force a debate and a vote on this floor. This war is not going to make more sense the longer it goes. It's not going to become more popular. Right now, by a 26-point margin, Americans do not support this war. It will be harder as time goes on, not easier for my Republican colleagues to continue to vote for this war, as a vote against this resolution will be. But it's our responsibility under the Constitution to have this debate. And I'm glad to have my colleagues on the floor to make this case to the Senate as well. I yield the floor.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Murphy. Every day since he started this embarrassment of a war, Donald Trump has saluted our troops with one hand and given them the middle finger with the other. Because despite the lies he tells on Truth Social, he is actively making the choice to use our heroes as cannon fodder. From the moment this conflict began, Trump has tried to shroud his incompetence behind their valor. When asked to justify his actions, he's tried to hide his ignorance and cowardice behind their courage. He's tried to act as if questioning why we're at war is the same as questioning the skill and bravery of our troops themselves. It isn't, not at all. I know that our military will always do the best job possible. When given a mission, our service members don't say, why me? They don't ask, but will I be safe? And they sure as hell don't run to their podiatrist crying bone spurs. No. Instead, they pack their rucksacks, they lace up their boots, they show up, and they do what's asked of them, time after time and tour after tour. They will always execute their orders to the maximum capability of their professionalism, and they're proud to do it. The problem is the man who's giving those orders. The problem is that the commander-in-chief not only has no idea what the end state looks like in his war of choice, but probably doesn't even know what the term end state means at all. Look, I ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating, I'd be in a position to make sure that our elected officials fully considered the true costs of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in human lives of our heroes as well. So as those drums sound louder than they have in years, I'm here today because despite what he thinks, Trump does not have the authority to unilaterally force our nation into war. He may have never read the Constitution, but I have. So for the third time since this war began, let me direct his attention to Article 1, which makes clear that the president does not have the power to declare war. Only Congress does. We are the ones tasked with deciding when and how Americans ascend into combat. We are the ones charged with that most solemn duty. Yet, Trump is acting as if Article 1 simply doesn't exist, as if obeying the Constitution is something that's optional, as if our founding documents is just a yellowing, crumbling piece of paper he can crumble up at will. Refusing to allow him to get away with this must not be a partisan issue. No matter if you're struggling to pay rent or if your name is plastered in fake gold on a building on Fifth Avenue, no one can ignore the Constitution. No matter if you're a Mar-a-Lago worker pulling double shifts or the President of the United States, no one is above the law. And no matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you should know that our military men and women will always do their jobs. So it is beholden on us as legislators to do our jobs before more of our warriors lose their lives in service of theirs. Right now, our duty is to demand accountability. It's to get answers. It's to make sure that their mission is justified, feasible, and worthy of the sacrifices we're asking our military to make. That's why I'm here today, to make sure that we never again get ourselves into an ego-driven forever war, just like we experienced the last time a president rashly sent our sons and daughters into an unjustified war in Iraq. I'm here now to stop a man who was never brave enough to serve in uniform himself from using our heroes as cannon fodder. Look, I am no dove. I know there are certain solemn, urgent times when our military must make the call and be called up to defend our nation. There are certain moments when the threat in question is significant and imminent, when military force is the most effective tool at hand, when using it is necessary to protect Americans, and when using military force will not create more threats that it eliminates. Trump has shown no evidence that this was one of those times, yet he's had almost a month to do so. But if the administration actually does believe that this war is justified, then they need to come to Congress and tell us why. We're not hard to find. The Capitol is the building with the big dome on top. It's about a 20-minute walk from the White House. They just need to walk through the outdoors and actually do their jobs. They need to explain their case, respecting the American people enough to tell them why they're being forced to take on the cost of this conflict. They need to prove that they've thought this through, that they can tell us what their plan is to stop this war. They need to show us that they have even a concept of a plan of how to get to an end state in Iran that would make us safer, not more threatened. Then, when their case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we in these chambers must vote. It's our job, it's our responsibility, it is our burden. Look, centuries ago, our nation's founders feared that one day America would be burdened with a chief executive who would be too fond of conflict and chaos, and that leader's affinity for bloodshed would have unthinkable consequences for the nation at large. That is why they placed the power to declare war in the hands of Congress, not a single person. Trump won't bear the cost of this war that he started. His children won't serve in harm's way, even though they could volunteer. None of them have. He's been lining his pockets with corrupt billions since the moment he took office, so he won't worry about how far the cost of gas has been driven up by his actions. No, it's the American people. They are the ones who suffer in wars of choice. So it is the American people, through their elected representatives, who should decide when war is worth that cost. And as those elected representatives, it is our obligation to consider the interests of our constituents over those of one man, and to stop our nation from teetering further into this nightmare. That's what we're doing here this evening as we vote on Senator Murphy's War Powers resolution. Americans deserve better than unanswered questions, unjustified conflict, and unnecessary tragedy. Our men and women in uniform sure as hell do as well. So until we get some answers, I will keep coming to this floor. I will keep voting to withdraw our sons and daughters from hostilities with Iran. And I'm going to keep working to prevent the boots on the ground that the president so casually, so callously threatens when he talks with the press. And I'm going to keep demanding that the administration end this deadly vanity project if they cannot justify the cost we've already been forced to bear, both in dollars and cents, and daughters and sons. It's the least we can do for those willing to sacrifice the most for our nation. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Last Friday, public reports indicated that more than 2,500 Marines stationed at Camp Pendleton in San Diego County were now on their way to the Trump war in the Middle East, the Trump-Iran war. This is the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit aboard the USS Portland, USS Comstock, and USS Boxer. Their voyage joins the amphibious assault force aboard the USS Tripoli, which also called San Diego home until last year. With great uncertainty, Californians are now being called upon to be the potential tip of the next spear in this war. The Marines' recruiting slogan, going back to their founding in 1775, is "First to fight." And they continue to live up to that slogan and that ethos. They have been boots on the beaches of islands in the Pacific, in the trenches of Europe, in the mountains of Afghanistan, in the sands of Iraq, in Syria, Africa, and theaters of American war everywhere and for centuries. And that's just it. They are boots on the ground in times of war. So as thousands of men and women have been called up to mobilize around the world, what solace can we offer their families about what awaits them? What can we tell them about this so-called excursion, as the president refers to it, or as he called it today, reluctant to use the word war all of a sudden, he called it a military operation. Well, this weekend marks 1 month that our nation has been at war with Iran. And already we've lost one American service member nearly every 2 days of the conflict. On the second day of the war, that service member was Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan from Sacramento, California. He was killed in Kuwait by an Iranian strike. His memory has burned brightly in the hearts of those who knew him, and since his death, we have seen tributes pour in. One said, "Rob was probably one of the best humans I've ever met. I know that if I called him today, if he was still here, he would drop what he was doing and help me." Another said that Chief Warrant Officer Marzan and his family served as the surrogate family for a lot of soldiers for their unit based in Des Moines. In the true American spirit, these stories have been shared widely as communities have come together to raise money to help fly those who knew him home to California for his funeral later this month. That is a solidarity that Americans know in a time of war. But the people who led us into this war did so without the consent of the American people and without the authorization of this Congress. The Commander-in-Chief, who called it war in his first public comments about the strikes in Iran, now engages in semantics while thousands more service members ship out halfway around the world. We were also told that this war would end soon, but now the President's extended deadline puts us on track for at least a month of conflict, with more fighting in the future if Iran refuses to yield. There is no deadline that anyone at this point can rely upon. At least one Republican senator is overtly calling for boots on the ground, saying, "We did Iwo Jima, we can do this." I just remind members the cost of Iwo Jima was high. 6,821 dead, 19,217 wounded. We've seen the timelines, the rationales, and even the baseline facts of this conflict change by the day or even multiple times during the same press conference. The goalposts have moved from regime change and imminent threat to long-term freedom for the Iranian people, and then back to preventing them from building out a nuclear program that was supposedly obliterated in a military operation only 9 months earlier. And we can be fairly sure before this war is over, perhaps even before this week is over, that the goalposts will move again. That's why last week we stood here and forced the Senate to again go on record. We cannot become Lucy with the football, constantly convinced that the latest market-calming post by the President in the morning will mean we will not have sent new Marines off to the conflict zone that evening. Last week I stood here and reminded my colleagues of the words of President Eisenhower, the architect of one of our nation's greatest military victories over a murderous regime. He said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed." It is a reminder to all of us of the cost that Americans pay, not just in the loss of our service members and the pain that overwhelms their families, but of the hardships and poverty that we will no longer be able to address here at home. The illness that will go untreated, the school that will go unopened, the road that will go unpaved, the senior that will go unfed, as we drop the cost equivalent of 10 new hospitals a day on Iran. The Pentagon is proposing a $200 billion supplemental to fund this war. Do you know what that means for your family? That means that the cost for your family is $1,400. That's just the starting cost for this supplemental funding bill. $1,400 for your family. That's not including all the more you're paying at the pump and for everything else. But that is just the cost that is being proposed for your family. Well, tonight I stand here to remind my colleagues, not just of Eisenhower, but of another Republican president, Herbert Hoover. Hoover said, "Older men declare war, but it is the youth that must fight and die." The youth who are put at risk, like the 2,500 Marines sailing from San Diego as we speak. The youth like the thousands of others already sleeping in bunks aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford. In this case, older men have not even given them the decency of a declaration of war. Instead, we have quietly walked up to the red line that I know so many hold in their hearts when it comes to American military power being used abroad. We are on the cusp of American boots on the ground. And as the goalposts have continued to shift, and as we in this Congress have continued to abdicate our responsibility, I ask my colleagues, will that still be your red line? Or will the President be allowed to put American special forces in harm's way for a war that Congress has not authorized, that has not been debated, that has not even held a single open hearing to discuss, and a war whose true purpose has been kept hidden from most Americans? A war that by Saturday will have gone on for an entire month without the support of the majority of the American people, without the approval of the only part of government to whom the framers gave the power to approve military force, the Congress. 1 month of war. And for what? A new supreme leader? A new hardliner with a new appetite for revenge? A new windfall for Russia made possible by American sanctions relief? A new skyrocketing price of gas? A new rising toll on service members and their families? It is time to put a stop to this war before its costs rise further still. It is time for the Congress of the United States to do its job. Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from New Jersey.
There's something awful going on here in the United States Senate, and people should focus on it right now. That the Senate is not doing their job. And we see a president unilaterally going off to fight a war, to declare war, without any authority from the United States Senate or the United States Congress. What does it mean when the body that is supposed to provide checks and balances checks out? What does it mean when the body that's supposed to provide oversight covers its eyes and refuses to see what's happening? What does it mean when the body that should be having hearings on this war will not hear, will not look, will not ask questions? We are in a constitutional crisis, and Americans are paying the cost. The worst of all costs, the death of our men and women, with 13 dead, over 200 injured, and Congress is doing nothing. No checks, no balances, no oversight, no hearings. What does it mean when Americans all over this country are paying the cost? With the worst energy shock crisis in the history of our country. According to the International Energy Agency, as of yesterday, the crisis we are experiencing is larger than the two major oil shocks of the 1970s combined. And what does Congress do? Nothing. No oversight, no hearings, no checks, no balances. Americans are feeling the pain already of this administration cutting health care for millions. They're feeling the pain already, seeing their energy crisis go up. They're seeing the pain already from billions being cut from our Veterans Administration and millions more being cut from student lunch programs and the services we provide to special needs. And Congress does nothing. We are supposed to be the body that declares war. Well, we're at war, but we also have the power of the purse. And what is happening with the purse right now? We have just spent $25 billion in Donald Trump's war. That kind of expenditure with no oversight, no hearings, no checks and balances. $25 billion is enough to provide health insurance for over 3 million Americans. $25 billion means 30 million children could have free school lunches. $25 billion could provide millions of Americans with affordable housing or housing assistance. There are things going on right now that nobody on either side of the aisle thinks the president should be able to do without any kind of oversight, without any kind of hearings. Like give Russia billions of dollars, relieving them of sanctions, the very adversary that continues to prosecute their war in Ukraine and undermine our democracy at home. No hearings, no checks and balances, no oversight. This is not just a constitutional crisis. This is a shame upon this body. I'm grateful for the War Powers resolution that Chris Murphy has brought forward. I'm grateful for Tammy Duckworth, Tammy Baldwin, Tim Kaine, for us joining together to force these War Powers resolutions so that the Congress is not silent, that at least people have to take a vote. But think about what's happening right now. We see a president moving to move more American troops. It was reported that the Pentagon is considering deploying 3,000 soldiers from Fort Bragg's 82nd Airborne Division. That's 3,000 of our American courageous sons and daughters. No oversight, no hearing, no checks and balances. The biggest military engagement since the war in Afghanistan, tens of billions of dollars, American lives, the worst oil shock ever, prices going up, and what does this Senate do? Nothing. It's a shame upon this body. It is a surrendering of our duties. It is a submission before Donald Trump and his authoritarian-like inclinations to declare war and not come to Congress as the Constitution dictates. We swore an oath in this body to defend the Constitution. Our fealty should be to the Constitution and not what this president's doing. So, Mr. President, we bring War Powers resolutions, and we will bring more. My fear is that this body, amidst this shame, will be dismissed for a recess. How many soldiers will die during that recess? How many billions of dollars will be spent during that recess? How far will they go with this war? I call this what it is, one of the more shameful stretches of this body. No hearings, no oversight, no checks and balances. It's time that we stand up for the Constitution and stand up to Donald Trump's unconstitutional war. Mr. President, I know my colleagues and I, who have been calling these war power resolutions, we will continue to do so until this body does its job and lift the shame off of this body and checks a president who is clearly running us into a war with no off-ramp in sight and putting more of our men and women in danger as Americans suffer from skyrocketing costs. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President. The senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. A horrific murder in Chicago last week has reminded this nation that the battle to defend the American people, strengthen our republic, and wield constitutional authority for the common good is not confined to the southern border. It's being fought and lost right here in our own cities, in the heartland, in the streets where our sons and daughters walk to class or watch the Northern Lights. Sanctuary cities are not a polite exercise of state sovereignty or some virtue of federalism. Sanctuary cities are a declaration that illegal aliens' lives matter, but American citizens' lives do not. Sheridan Gorman was an 18-year-old college student at Loyola University, Chicago. Her family described her as a family. She was full of life, full of kindness, and full of love that she gave freely to everyone around her. She made people feel seen. She made people feel valued. She was the kind of kid, the kind of daughter American families hope to raise polite, hardworking, and the first in her family to go away to college. carrying the hopes of parents who still believe in the American dream. Sheridan Gorman was not some statistic. She was somebody's everything. Whether it was her friends, her family, or someone she just met, Sheridan had a way of leaving people better than she found them. She was only 18 years old and just beginning her journey as a college freshman, embracing new experiences, building friendships, and living the life every parent hopes their child will get to live. But last week, she was murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien from Venezuela. She was killed, her life taken from her, and a daughter stolen from her family by a criminal illegal alien who would not have been in this country but for the Democrats' open border and sanctuary city policies. Border Patrol caught him in May of 2023. The Biden administration's open border policies let him go. That was the Democrats' first chance to prevent Sheridan's murder. Democrat-run Chicago then had another chance to prevent Sheridan's murder. It arrested the same illegal alien, Jose Medina, for shoplifting. But Illinois and Chicago's sanctuary policies ordered the police to say nothing to ICE. So instead of handing him over to federal custody, they turned this monster loose on the streets of Chicago. The safety of American citizens be damned. And then last week, the same illegal alien shot Sheridan in the back as she went on a walk with her friends. Pause for a moment and really sit with the facts of Sheridan Gordon's murder. That illegal alien was previously in law enforcement's custody twice. And both times, radical Democrat policies released him back onto the streets to prey on the American citizenry. It is uncomfortable for Democrats to confront the reality that their policies and radical ideology are causing preventable murders of American sons and daughters at the hands of illegal aliens. So they try to deflect. A Democrat Chicago alderwoman had the audacity to say that Sheridan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. What a disgusting lie. Sheridan Gorman was in exactly the right place at the right time. She was exactly where an American college freshman should be, near the campus, with her friends, cheerful spring night. No, the only person who was in the wrong place at the wrong time was the illegal alien murderer, whose very presence in the country was the direct result of Democrat open border policies and sanctuary jurisdiction policies. He should have never been there. And if those policies had not existed, he would have been back in Venezuela years ago. Rather than admit this sanctuary city policy caused the preventable murder, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker released a statement saying that Republicans need to stop politicizing heinous tragedies. What an ugly, revealing statement. We're not politicizing the tragedy, we're exposing the truth. Sanctuary policies are getting American citizens killed. I know it, American people know it, and deep down the Democrats know it too. The truth is, sanctuary cities force us to confront a test. The most fundamental test of any government. Does it still understand its first and only real obligation is to protect its own citizens? The duty is older than the republic, older than modern politics itself. It's the reason government exists. Yet through these policies, Democrats made a deliberate choice. They sided with Jose Medina, a criminal illegal alien, over Sheridan Gordon, an American citizen and a college freshman. They've chosen an open borders ideology over the American nation. At root, the scourge of sanctuary cities forces us to answer the same question as the Save America Act. Who or what comes first? It is the American people, American sons and daughters, or is it illegal aliens in this radical open borders ideology, or dare I say, a theology? Not in theory, not in slogans, but in practice. when the handcuffs go on, when the phone call to federal law enforcement is made or not made, when lives hang in the balance. It's the answer, if the answer is not the American citizen, if the answer is not Sheridan Gorman or Laken Riley or Stephanie Minter or Katie Abraham, then we are no longer arguing about immigration policy. We are confronting something far more fundamental: whether our government still understands the basic purpose for which it exists. The American people know the answer. Democrats' conduct betrays their answer. Democrats value illegal aliens more than Americans. This is a sick ideology. I actually can't believe in a state where I come from, Harry Truman would be rolling in his grave. John F. Kennedy Jr. would be rolling in his grave. This idea, this toxic empathy, this suicidal empathy to placate the left is driving this debate we're having right now, where they don't want to fund federal law enforcement. They would rather a sanctuary jurisdiction not tell ICE that a murderer or a rapist is being released from prison to be deported. They don't want to do that and hold on to this altar of this crazy ideology. So all this discussion we're having about this negotiation, I have been skeptical from the beginning. I litigated with Democrats on Title 42 and Remain in Mexico. Deep down in the DNA now is something has been lost. I don't understand it. Democrats admitted as much last night in an interview. By failing to give illegal aliens a pathway to citizenship, this Democrat noted that we failed to deliver for the people we care about the most: undocumented migrants. The people Democrats care most are not you or your family. Instead, it's Jose Medina and the 15 million other illegal immigrants that the Biden administration led into this country. Once you understand this reality, that this is the driving, operating principle of the modern Democrat Party, this is not an outlier. The other actions are predictable, including this negotiation, this supposed negotiation that's happening, that's supposedly taking place. Once you see this hierarchy of needs and wants and preferences, everything makes sense. Democrats right now value illegal aliens more than traveling Americans. That's why they have defunded DHS and TSA. They value illegal aliens more than the American families hit by a disaster. That's why they're defunding DHS and FEMA. They value illegal aliens more than Sheridan Gorman, Laken Riley, or Stephanie Minter, or Katie Abraham. That's why they have built sanctuary cities in Chicago, in New Orleans, in Los Angeles, and Minneapolis. As a senator from Missouri, where we still believe the first job of government is to keep Missouri families safe, I say this plainly: prioritizing illegal aliens to American citizens is unacceptable, and it is downright un-American. The alternative, putting Americans first, which used to be something maybe we could agree on, is not complicated and is consistent with both the Constitution and common sense. Enforce federal immigration laws. These laws were passed by Republicans and Democrats alike, enforced by Republican and Democrat presidents alike, until recently. So enforce the laws, deport the illegal aliens, prioritize the safety of American citizens over ideology and illegal aliens. Because at the end of the day, this is not about ideology or politics. It's about whether or not we remain a country in which the government fulfills its most basic and fundamental obligation. A country where the law is enforced. A country where the responsibilities of governing for the common good is taken seriously. A country where the safety of its people is not treated as negotiable. If we cannot agree to affirm all those principles, then we are drifting slowly but unmistakably away from the principles that sustain a free and ordered society. And that is a drift we cannot afford to ignore any longer. I want to close by reading part of a statement from the Gorman family. We will not allow this to be dismissed as wrong place, wrong time. This was not random misfortune. This was a violent and preventable act. We are gravely disappointed by the policies and failures that allowed this individual to remain in a position to commit this crime. When systems fail, whether through release decisions, lack of coordination, or unwillingness to act, the consequences are not abstract. They are real. And in our case, they are permanent. This case must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of both state and federal law. There can be no gaps, no shortcuts, and no second chances that put others at risk. Accountability must be complete. To the Gorman family, I am so sorry for your loss. As a dad who has a daughter headed off to college, my first daughter headed off to college next fall, I cannot imagine the grief and the pain that you feel when you sent your little girl off to college and she's murdered in cold blood by somebody who should have never been here. And there were 2 opportunities to get him the hell out of here. I pray for you, I pray for Sheridan and all those who loved her, and I pray for every parent who now lives with the fear that the next knock on the door will be one that destroys their world. We will not let this be memory hold as wrong place, wrong time. This was a violent, preventable act enabled by radical policies that put illegal aliens ahead of American citizens. This case must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of state and federal law. Accountability must be complete, and it will be. It is time, long past time, for this Senate to answer the question the American people have already answered. Whose country is this? Enforce the laws, deport the illegal aliens, end sanctuary cities once and for all. We must reclaim the foundational promise of this republic that a nation of the people and by the people must be for the people. The American government is for the American people. Mr. President, the American people have made their choice clear. American citizens come first. That is the fight I came to Washington to wage, and with the help of the American people, that is the fight we're going to win. Mr. President, I yield.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today in opposition to Donald Trump's war of choice in Iran. Donald Trump came into office promising that he would lower costs and end foreign wars. But with this war, he's broken both promises at once. Wisconsin families are already seeing higher costs at the pump and on airfare. Wisconsin farmers are staring down higher fertilizer and fuel costs as spring planting is underway. Meanwhile, the uncertainty and chaos caused by this president is keeping interest rates high and shaking the global stock market. Donald Trump is raising costs on Americans at the same moment he's spending billions of dollars on a war that Wisconsin families did not choose. In just 6 days, Trump's war in Iran cost American taxpayers almost $12 billion. We are now nearly a month into this war, and it is estimated that we have spent around $30 billion of taxpayer money. What Donald Trump spent in 3 weeks is what it would have cost to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for a full year. Republicans said that extending these health care tax credits for working families was too expensive. But they have not said a word about Trump spending $30 billion for another war. That money could have stopped 22 million Americans from seeing their health care costs increase by double, triple, or worse. It could have stopped 1 million people from canceling their coverage because the costs were simply too high to manage without those tax breaks. That $30 billion could have paid for more than 30 million children's school lunches. That $30 billion could have put a safe roof over the heads of more than 3.1 million Americans. That $30 billion could have covered a year of child care for nearly 2 million children. Using that money for an illegal war that no one wants is a choice. And now President Trump is reportedly planning to ask Congress for $200 billion more for his war with Iran. And here's my question. For what? That's not a rhetorical question. I genuinely don't know. And the American people don't know either what the goals of this war are and why American families are being asked to shell out billions of dollars for it. The Trump administration has so far been unable or unwilling to give the American people a straight answer. Just as Donald Trump tells the American people that we're close to ending this war, strikes continue, and all signs point to this conflict continuing to grow. We're hearing reports that the Pentagon is making detailed preparations for deploying U.S. ground forces in Iran. 5,000 Marines and new warships are being deployed to the Middle East. And just today, it was reported that roughly 3,000 soldiers who are trained to parachute into enemy territory are being deployed to the region. I've been demanding hearings for weeks so that Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio can answer our questions under oath and in public before the American people. They need to answer why they're using taxpayer dollars on this illegal war, instead of bringing down the costs of health care, housing, gas, groceries, and child care for the families I represent. Donald Trump ran and won on lowering costs for Americans, but his agenda has done just the opposite. He started expensive wars, pursued tariffs that jacked up costs on consumers, and slashed programs that help Americans afford their health care and put food on the table. Enough is enough. It is time for the Trump administration to make their case to the American people. I personally don't think that they have one. But at the bare minimum, they need to tell Congress and the public why we are in this war, putting more service members' lives at risk and not focused on the kitchen table issues. I yield.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Senator Murphy's War Powers Resolution, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. I came to this body in 2013, and as I've described on multiple occasions on the floor under both Democratic and Republican presidents, I came with one obsession, and that obsession is that the nation should not be at war without a vote of Congress. That obsession was born out of twin experiences, having a child in the military and then having been governor of Virginia and watched my Virginia Guard members been governor of Virginia and watched my Virginia Guard members deploy repeatedly into Iraq and Afghanistan over the course of the years that I served in office. I went to too many deployments, too many homecomings. I went to too many wakes and to too many funerals to simply allow war to be waged on autopilot or at the say-so of any president, Democrat, Republican, no matter what their previous experience in military matters or lack of experience was. The founders of the Constitution were wise to decide that committing our kids' lives into war was not a decision that should be made by one person. There are exceptions recognized in the Constitution. A president can take action without Congress if there's an ongoing attack on the United States in self-defense. No permission is needed. A president can initiate military action if Congress has previously voted on an authorization that covers it. But other than that, there's no shortcut and there's no easy pass lane, and there shouldn't be. And so this is now the third resolution, and I thank my colleague, Senator Murphy, for bringing it, to basically ask the question of this body, have we seen enough? Have we seen enough that we should at least have public hearings about this war? Have we seen enough that we should have a debate about whether this war should be authorized by Congress or not? And we plan on coming back every week and asking that question, have we seen enough, until the Senate does what the Senate is supposed to do according to the founders, to the framers of our Constitution. Since we were here last week, a number of things have happened. The number of casualties has continued to grow. The cost there has been significant reporting yesterday that other nations are encouraging the United States to continue this war. The reporting yesterday was that Saudi Arabia is encouraging the United States to continue this war. The reporting last week was that Israel is encouraging the United States to continue this war. Israel and Saudi Arabia are sovereign nations who have the right to make their own decisions for their own people. But they don't have the right to suggest what is the right course for the United States. We have very different interests. We have very, very different interests in those nations, and we should make the right decision for ourselves after consideration. The price of oil has continued to significantly increase from last week. When I took the floor last week on Senator Booker's resolution, the price of oil had gone up 60 cents a gallon since before the war began on February 28. Now it's gone up at $1.02. Just to convert that into the cost at the pump for Virginians buy 8 million gallons of fuel at the pump every day. So at $1 a gallon, that's $8 million that Virginians are spending for fuel every day that they weren't spending before the war. And all indications by those who are experts in this area, and I do not proclaim expertise in energy, is that the energy shock is likely to continue to drive up costs at the pump for Virginians and Americans for a very long time. Why did the framers set it up so that war should be debated before it's initiated? So that you could ask questions. What is the rationale for the war? The president has suggested it was to obliterate a nuclear program that he claimed had been obliterated, to stop a ballistic missile program when the missiles progress in Iran would have been years before they could have developed a missile that would have reached the United States, to change a regime, to back up Iranian protesters, maybe to control Iranian oil. We would have been able to ask questions about the rationale and get an answer rather than a shifting collection of answers that have been given. We would have been able to ask questions about, what are your plans to minimize harm to civilians? We've already seen tragedies with respect to harm to civilians. What are your plans to protect allies who, if Iran is attacked, are likely to face retaliatory attacks from Iran? Many of our allies were not prepared to face what Iran did because the United States did not consult with them. And Mr. President, just to use one item one item in this that would clearly have been a discussion if the administration had done what the Constitution requires and come to Congress. What about the Straits of Hormuz, where massive percentages of the world's energy, critical minerals, fertilizer, and other byproducts come through the straits? What is the plan for that? What is the plan to make sure that the straits are not choked off in a way that hurt everyday American families in the entire global economy? I mean, this is not an unforeseen problem. The British closed off the Straits of Hormuz in the early 1950s to punish Iran. The Shah of Iran threatened that many times. During the war between Iraq and Iran in the 1980s, as those two nations were fighting, tankers were hit in ways that often shut down the Straits of Hormuz. So the Straits of Hormuz being shut down and then having a massive effect on the global economy was an absolutely known and completely foreseeable consequence of a war in the region. And yet in the last week, the reporting of this is that either the White House didn't consider it, or the White House was warned by military officials that this could happen and it would hurt the United States and others, a warning that they ignored. Now, either of those options is bad. If they didn't consider the possibility that history demonstrated was a likelihood, that shows incredibly slipshod planning. And if they considered that possibility because it happened before and dismissed it, that also demonstrates a shocking degree of naivete. And so we see just in that one instance how Virginians are being punished by paying more at the pump because of the closure of those straits. This is an entirely predictable consequence of war that didn't get an airing before the public or before a Senate who could have asked challenging questions. Some believe subjecting a war plan to being asked challenging questions is a burden or is a hassle or, it's going to be something that we don't want to do. No, that's exactly what should happen. Any proposal of this magnitude that's going to risk the lives of our troops should be subjected to the most searing examination that we would do of anything in this body. And Mr. President, I want to conclude because there are others who want to speak, but I'll just take it back to Virginia. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Virginians are currently deployed on the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group. That was a strike group based in Norfolk that deployed in June. When it deployed, the normal deployment for a carrier strike group is 7 months. So the expectation of all who deployed was they would be home by the holidays. They would be home with their family by the holidays. Instead, at the end of last year, the president ordered that the deployment be extended so that the Ford that was positioned in the Middle East could come into the Caribbean or Pacific to assist in the effort to ultimately invade Venezuela. And so they extended the deployment another 2 months. And then the Ford was told that it needed to deploy back across the water to provide support for the invasion and the attack of Iran. And so the deployment has been extended further. The Ford's about to set the record for the longest deployment ever, but this has a cost. The Virginians and others who were deployed with the strike group thought they were going to be home at Christmas, and now it's being extended more and more and more. And the Ford Carrier is suffering significant maintenance challenges that threaten the actual lives of those on board. First, it was threatening quality of life with problems with the toilet systems and other onboard systems on the carrier that are not hard to predict when you run a carrier at a much greater length than was planned for the original deployment. And these affected basic quality of life and morale. But it got more serious. Last week we learned that a fire started in the laundry facilities on the Ford that it took 30 hours to put out, and 200 sailors on the Ford suffered smoke inhalation injuries because of that fire. Now, recently, the fort has been pulled out of frontline combat support activities and taken back to Crete for repairs. But again, these sailors aren't coming home anytime soon. And that ship that was supposed to be out there for 7 months is now into the 11 months. Well, I guess it would be now coming up on 9 months with more to come. This is the kind of human cost that happens when you go into a war without a rationale or without a plan. And so what we need is a plan, I believe, to bring this to a close. We were at war in the Middle East for 25 years, and I've yet to hear a single colleague of mine come and make a speech on the floor to suggest that those 14,000 plus American lives killed, or the 65,000 plus Americans injured, or the $8 trillion spent. I've yet to hear a single person come here and say that was a chapter in American life that we should be proud of. We should have learned something from it. The first thing we should learn is that another war in the Middle East probably makes no sense, but we certainly should have learned that before we go into one, we have to examine it in significant detail to make sure that we're not sending our sons and daughters into harm's way for no valid reason. With that, Mr. President, I thank you and I yield the floor.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I'm not going to speak for a long time. I've given this speech over and over again. Some people say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting to get the same results. The Democrats here have been doing the same thing over and over and over again, and they are going to get the same result again tonight. Look, the conflict that we're in with Iran right now was not started by the United States. It was started by Iran. When the Iranian regime took prisoner our staff at the embassy in Tehran 47 years ago, held them for 444 days, and then over the next 47 years have continued to kill Americans by the thousands. Not by the hundreds, but by the thousands. And they do it in the most insidious ways with roadside bombs and that sort of thing, simply because they're Americans and they're present in the Middle East. The President of the United States said, we have had enough. He had very good reason to pull the trigger at the time that he did. And of course, those, as time goes on, will come out more and more. The fact of the matter is, we are in conflict. We have our brave young men and women on the ground. We have our brave young men and women fighting for the United States of America. So, we need to back those people. We need to back the President of the United States. We all know this isn't going to go on very long, but it needs to be done. And our friends around say, you need to get this done now that you're there, complete the job. The President is going to complete the job. I'm going to end this with a couple of messages, same message I've been given for a long time. The first one is to the Iranians. This is over. You people have lost. You have no Navy. You have no Air Force. You are running out of missiles and other material to fight this. This is going to be over very soon. The other message I would have to the Iranians is, no one has come to help you. And breaking news, no one is coming to help you, with one exception, and I'll talk about that in a minute. First of all, let me tell you who's not coming to help. The Chinese are not coming to help. The Russians are not coming to help. The North Koreans are coming to help. The Cubans are not coming to help. The Venezuelans are not coming to help. The worst actors on the planet, who are friends of the Iranians, are not coming to help. This is all on you, Iran. No one's coming to help you, except there are 47 people over here who want to help you. They cannot help you. They've tried and tried and tried. They cannot help you. What is going to happen here on the floor today is on our side of the aisle, we're going to stand behind the Commander-in-Chief. Most importantly, we're going to stand behind our fighting men and women on the ground because they're involved in a kinetic battle. When this happens, whatever happens, we, every American, should stand behind our fighting men and women. They need to continue on. They need to complete the job. The President of the United States is going to do this. So, to my friends on the other side of the aisle, stop this. Don't try to help the Iranians. You're the only entity on this planet trying to help the Iranians. Stop it. Vote with us. This is going to fail tonight, and it would be nice if you joined us in standing behind our fighting men and women as we try to end the regime of the last bad actor in the region. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President,
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, I thank Senator Murphy for his great leadership on this issue, for speaking so clearly and fiercely about the need for this resolution. This war has dragged on for long enough. It's long past time for it to come to an end, and today, with this resolution, the Senate must assert its power on matters of war and peace. This is the third time that Republicans have been given a chance to do the right thing and end this war. It is the third time, though, they stick their heads in the sand and pretend this war does not exist. But the war's expanding. The Senate has an obligation to step in. I say to my Republican colleagues, if there was ever a time to stand up for the authority of the Senate, stand up for the powers given to us through the Constitution, the time is now. 13 servicemen have been killed, American servicemen, thousands more injured, energy prices above $100 a barrel. And now the Wall Street Journal reports the Pentagon will deploy another 3,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne. Enough. The War Powers Act allows questions to be asked, allows the public to be drawn into the discussion. That's the way to end endless wars. Not to tell no one what's going on, not to keep it secret, not to give anyone else any authority. That's a loser. And it'll be a loser for the American people. The American people are tired of sending our sons and daughters to fight endless wars. Americans are exasperated every time they go to the gas station and pay $4 a gallon. They're tired of Donald Trump making outrageous and deluded statements like saying he does both have a plan and does not have a plan. This is who's leading the war effort? Someone who changes his mind every day, who can't answer the question of what's the goal here, what's the end game, how much does it cost? So enough is enough. Donald Trump does not have the authority to wage this war without the explicit authority from Congress. I thank Senator Murphy for pushing this resolution. I'm proud to support it. I urge some of my Republican colleagues to vote yes. Yield the floor.
The Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, whatever you think about this war, it should be unacceptable to all of us that we have not had a single public hearing, a single opportunity for the American people to hear directly through their representatives the justification and the end game for this war. I thank my colleagues for joining me here today. Pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of SJ Res 116 to direct the removal of the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress.
The clerk will report.
Motion to discharge SJ Res 116 from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is out of the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
I'm a yes on this.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis,
No.
Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, McCormick, Moody, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markley, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wyden, aye.
Mr. President? No, we're not.
Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Paul, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47 and nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to counter number 311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Wednesday, March 25th, that following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for use later in the day, morning business be closed, and Senate resume the House message with respect to S 1383.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Coons and Sanders.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are at the beginning of the most profound technological revolution in world history, a revolution which will bring unimaginable changes to every aspect of our society. Artificial intelligence and robotics will impact our economy, our political lives, our privacy, our emotional well-being, our environment, and even our survival, the survival of humanity on this planet. The scale, scope, and speed of this change will be unprecedented. That is not the view of Bernie Sanders. That is the view of some of the most knowledgeable people in the world who have developed AI, who study AI. According to Demis Hassabis, the head of Google's DeepMind, the AI revolution will be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and 10 times faster. In other words, the AI revolution will have 100 times the impact that the Industrial Revolution had. People left the farms, they went to work in factories. People left factories, they went to work in offices. According to the head of Google's DeepMind, this revolution will be 100 times more impactful. And Mr. President, it's not just what the leaders of the AI companies are saying. Take a look at what they are doing. This year, four AI companies are spending almost $700 billion to build out data centers across this country. As a percentage of GDP, that is 10 times greater than what we spent each year on the moon landing, going to the moon. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and the speed at which it is progressing, AI has gotten far too little discussion here in Congress. I fear very much that while the American people are deeply concerned about the economic, the spiritual, the political impact of AI, Congress is totally unprepared to respond to the existential changes that are taking place. We are way behind where the American people are in terms of their concerns. Here are, in my view, a few questions, just a few, that members of Congress and the American people should be asking. Question number one, a rather obvious question. Who is pushing the AI and robotics revolution? Ordinary people going up and saying, hey, we got to automate factories, we got to do this, we got to do, who's pushing it? Well, I think we all know what the answer is. The answer is Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Ellison. These are some of the wealthiest people in the world. And they are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in AI and robotics. Okay, fair enough. Why are they doing it? Why are these multi-billionaires investing huge sums of money into these new technologies? Do you think it's because they are staying up nights and they are saying, my goodness, 60% of the American people are struggling economically, they're living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, they can't afford health care, and that is why we are going to push these technologies to improve life for ordinary Americans? Well, maybe, but I doubt that very much.
I think the answer is obvious. These multi-billionaires are investing in AI and robotics because those investments will increase their wealth and power exponentially. They will make massive profits. In other words, the richest and most powerful people on earth will become even richer and more powerful. And another question I think that we obviously should be asking is, what will the impacts of AI and robotics be on our society? How is it going to impact us? Pretty obvious question. In my view, and according to the people who have studied this issue extensively, including Nobel Prize winners, AI and robotics will bring about the most rapid societal transformation in human history. Let me repeat. AI and robotics will bring about the most rapid societal transformation in human history. Among other things, AI and robotics will transform our economy with massive job displacement. It will impact our emotional well-being and how we relate to each other as human beings. It will lead to a massive invasion of privacy. It will threaten our democratic institutions, and it will bring severe harm to our environment. Further, and frighteningly, some very knowledgeable people fear that what was once seen as science fiction could soon become a reality. And that is that superintelligent AI could become smarter than humans, could become independent of human control, and pose an existential threat to the human race. In other words, this is what they used to make science fiction movies about. But some of the most knowledgeable people on earth, including people who have helped develop this technology, actually believe human beings could lose control over the planet to artificial intelligence. Question number 4. What happens to working people, to ordinary Americans, during this revolutionary upheaval? Well, don't take my word for it. I'm not an expert on it. Let's hear what the leaders in the industry are saying in their own words. Not Bernie Sanders. This is what the people who have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in the industry are saying. Elon Musk, who has made massive investments in AI and robotics, recently said, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs, end quote. Now, is Mr. Musk exaggerating? Is he wrong? I don't know. But I think you might want to take a listen to one of the most powerful people on earth who is investing very heavily in these technologies. Bill Gates, another multi-billionaire investing heavily in AI, he predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. Mustafa Suleyman, the CEO of Microsoft AI, said most white-collar work, quote, will be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months, end quote. Not 12 to 18 years, 12 to 18 months. That is the CEO of Microsoft AI. Somebody might be a little bit concerned about that here in Congress. Last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Jeff Bezos, the 4th richest man alive, who's worth over $200 billion, is seeking to raise $100 billion to purchase factories all over America, okay? One of the richest guys in the world is seeking to raise $100 billion to purchase factories all over the country. His goal, replace the millions of workers who are employed in these plants with robots. Maybe somebody here might be raising some concerns about the fact that we are on the beginning of the end of manufacturing jobs in the United States. And from Mr. Bezos, this is not just an idle threat. According to the New York Times, Mr. Bezos plans to fully automate Amazon operations. He owns Amazon. So he wants to fully automate Amazon operations, beginning by replacing at least 600,000 workers with robots. So this is a guy who has a track record. That is what he is doing right now, and he wants to expand that vision all across the country, basically wipe out manufacturing jobs in America and get rid of millions of workers. Why does he want to do it? Well, the answer is fairly obvious. Because AI and robots will cost employers far less than human labor. Robots work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Robots do not need sick days or health care. They don't take Christmas or New Year's Day off. They will end up costing employers a fraction of what human labor costs. As Dario Amodei, the head of Anthropic, has said, AI, quote, isn't a substitute for specific human jobs, but rather a general labor substitute for humans, end quote. And according to OpenAI's charter, its mission is to build, quote, highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work, end of quote. In other words, what these guys are working toward is creating an AI which can do virtually any job better than a human being can do. What are the impacts of that? Well, you know, we might want to have a discussion about that here in the Congress. As the ranking member of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I released a number of months ago a well-researched report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100 million jobs in America over the next decade. 100 million jobs, including 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, and 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. There are towns and cities in America who are already seeing a lot of driverless vehicles. In Texas now, you have 18-wheelers going down the road, and nobody's driving those trucks. And everything being equal, that will be the future unless we begin to start talking about it and figure out how we make AI and robotics work for workers, not just the richest people on earth. We are already, not next year, not 10 years from now, we are already starting to see the impact of AI on the working class of this country. Researchers at Stanford released a paper in November called Canaries in the Coal Mine that found that there has already been a 16% relative decline in employment for younger workers in jobs exposed to AI, like computer programming and customer service. Further, 42% of new college graduates are underemployed. At the same time, for every new job posting, there are now, on average, 242 job applicants. In other words, for our young people, getting a job is going to be increasingly difficult. If OpenAI is successful in building, quote, what they want to build, highly autonomous systems that outperforms humans at most economically valuable work, end quote, I have a very simple question that we might be discussing here on the floor of the Senate. What happens to those workers? How will they be able to find new jobs if there are no jobs to find? How are they going to feed their families? How are they going to buy health care? How are they going to stay alive? If AI and robotics eliminate millions of jobs and create massive unemployment, how will people survive if they have no income? How do government programs like Social Security and Medicare survive if workers are not paying taxes? And when you don't work, you don't pay taxes. Another question that we must be discussing: what impact will AI have on our ability to relate to each other as human beings? What impact will it have on our emotional well-being? Well, work is one of the ways that we connect to each other. In many cases, work also gives our lives meaning and purpose. We all, whether we are doctors or janitors, scientists or snowplow operators, want to serve our communities and be productive members of society. We want to give back. And what happens when millions of people lose their jobs, their meaning and purpose, and their source of connection to each other? I am also concerned, and it's not just me, parents all over this country are deeply concerned about the impact that AI is having on the emotional well-being of our kids, and in fact, all people. According to a recent poll by Common Sense Media, 72% of American teenagers say they have used AI for companionship, and more than half do so regularly. So let's take a deep breath and ask ourselves a simple question. What does it mean for our young people to form friendships, to become emotionally dependent on AI, while at the same time they become increasingly isolated from other human beings? Does anyone in America think that the past 20 years of social media have been good and healthy for children's mental health and cognitive capabilities? I suspect most people understand that is not the case. The statistics are quite clear. Mental health among young people is in crisis. According to the U.S. Health and Human Services Department, 1 in 5 young people have a diagnosed mental health condition, such as anxiety or depression. From 2016 to 2023, the prevalence of anxiety has increased by over 60%. Further, and very importantly, studies indicate that there has been a cognitive decline in young people in our country, and in fact in countries all over the world. In America today, more students are reading below a basic level than 20 years ago. It appears that the more time kids spend on screens, the worse it is for their brains. Does anyone really think we should now entrust the same big tech companies that have gotten our kids hooked on screens and social media with even more power over our children's well-being and development? That's a question that we need to be discussing long and hard. Another question that I think we should be asking: will AI result in a massive invasion of our privacy and our civil liberties? For decades, companies have been collecting our personal information, what we search for online, where we visit, who we talk to, what we purchase. Now, AI makes it possible for someone to quickly analyze all of that disparate information, find patterns, and create profiles of us. Larry Ellison, the second wealthiest person on earth and a major investor in AI, predicts an AI-powered surveillance state is coming, where, quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because we are constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on. End of quote from Mr. Ellison. Last week, in my office, I had an extremely interesting experience. I spoke with Anthropic's AI, Claude, about the privacy risks posed by AI. And here is what Claude told me. This is a quote from Claude. When companies and governments have detailed profiles of millions of people, they have power over those people in ways most Americans don't fully grasp. They can manipulate your choices, predict your behavior, and influence your thinking. End of quote. That's from Claude. I don't know if you're supposed to quote AI, but that is what AI said. In other words, with AI, we will reach the stage where every phone call, every email, every text, every bank and medical record could be analyzed in a matter of minutes. Do we trust companies that have made billions of dollars in selling our information with this extraordinary power to instantly know everything about us? My fear is that if we allow the current situation to continue, privacy as a human right will disappear. Another question that needs to be seriously discussed: what impact will AI have on our democracy? We're already facing enormous threats from campaign finance, a corrupt campaign finance system, etc. What impact will AI have on our democracy? AI will mean that images, statements, and videos you see from public officials and candidates may be totally false. In other words, words can be put into the mouths of individuals in a way that it is virtually impossible to detect. Let me give you one rather personal example. Here is an image of a guy named Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont. And in this image, or on this video, Senator Bernie Sanders is promoting a website that provides a government rebate. Just one problem. I never said the words that they have coming out of my mouth. There is no government rebate. This whole thing is a total scam. Well, I must say the picture's not all that bad. But this is something that we're going to see more and more of. And this is obviously not something that's just done to me. These so-called deep fakes have been created of many well-known people. So sometimes you're seeing people who you know saying things, sounds a little weird. Why are they saying that? Well, you know what? They are not saying that. It's a fake. And I want you to appreciate that if 2 days before an election, a candidate gets up there and says all these wild and crazy things, you say, wow, why is that guy saying that? Well, you know what? He or she may not be saying that. It may be a total fake. The line between reality, what is true, and misinformation, the distortion of truth, is increasingly being blurred. We're seeing that every day on the internet. Mr. President, if we cannot distinguish, Madam President, if we cannot distinguish between reality and misinformation, what will in fact happen to our democratic institutions? I think we need to be thinking about. Further, what impact is AI having on our environment? AI requires zillions of calculations. Those calculations require huge data centers, which in turn require a massive amount of electricity and water. For example, Meta is building a data center in Louisiana the size of Manhattan that will use as much electricity as 1.6 million homes. One data center will use as much electricity as 1.6 million homes. The increased demand for electricity is leading to higher electric rates. Over the past 5 years, wholesale electricity costs have increased by up to 267% in areas near data centers. Further, this increased demand will drive a massive expansion of fossil fuels when we are already seeing the devastating impacts of the global crisis of climate change. Further question. Does AI pose an existential risk to our planet and to the survival of humanity? Rather a fundamental question that I think we might want to be discussing. So let me pose it again. Does AI pose an existential risk to our planet and to the survival of humanity? This guy is named Dr. Jeffrey Hinton. He is considered by most people to be the godfather of AI. He did the groundbreaking work which led us to where we are today, received a Nobel Prize in Physics a few years ago. And what Dr. Hinton says, 10 to 20% chance they wipe us out. AI, many of the most knowledgeable people on this issue believe that AI will become smarter than humans. It's not a question of whether that will happen, it's a question of when that will happen. AI has already developed concerning patterns. AI today can lie, it can cheat, and it can blackmail. In other words, we already are beginning to lose control of AI. Now, what happens when AI becomes smarter than we are? This concern about superintelligence is why leading experts like the godfather of AI, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, have warned there is a real chance that AI could wipe out humanity. I don't want to get people too nervous, but that is what some people are saying. There are a number, it's not just Hinton, there are a number of leading people. I was in California last month talking to a number of people in the industry. And the idea that humans can lose control of AI, that AI can act independently and cause extraordinary damage to the human race is not just science fiction. It's what many of these guys believe. That leads to my final set of questions. Where is the Congress? Now, it's hard not to imagine that these issues that we're talking about are of enormous consequence to every man, woman, and child in this country. And this is not new news. Poll after poll shows the American people are deeply concerned about the economic impacts, the impacts on their kids, the existential threats, etc. So where is Congress? What exactly has the House and the Senate done so far to address the extraordinary challenges posed by artificial intelligence? The answer, not much. Well, why has Congress been totally ineffective on this issue? And the answer will not surprise the American people. We have a corrupt campaign finance system, and too often members of Congress are worried about their campaign contributions rather than the needs of their constituents. The AI oligarchs, some of the wealthiest people in the country running enormously profitable and well-funded companies, have already spent over $150 million buying influence. $150 million telling Congress, leave us alone, we got it. Don't get involved in these issues. We will determine, we, the wealthiest people on earth, will determine the future of humanity. Meanwhile, last week, the Trump administration put out a comprehensive legislative framework on AI that is all of 4 pages long, not quite so comprehensive. In the midst of a massive and unprecedented attack on the working class of this country, the Trump administration solution says, quote, Congress should not create any new federal rulemaking body to regulate AI, end of quote. Leave the multi-billionaires running the industry alone. They make a lot of campaign contributions. The rich are getting richer. Leave them alone. In the midst of a massive and unprecedented attack on our humanity, the Trump administration solution says, quote, states should not be permitted to regulate AI development, end quote. In other words, instead of the United States Congress representing the interests of ordinary Americans, the Trump administration and many members of Congress, in both parties, by the way, want to allow a handful of billionaires to race forward to develop AI for increased power and wealth for themselves. That is the bad news, and it's pretty scary news. Now, here is the good news. The American people, despite the inactivity of Congress, the American people are fighting back. In community after community, Americans are organizing against data centers that are powering the AI revolution, and they are winning, taking on very powerful corporations. And many of these communities are deeply red, conservative, some are progressive. But ordinary people looking around them and saying, you know what? We don't think these data centers are going to do our community any good. They're going to raise our rates, put pressure on our water, destroy the local environment. We don't want them. In fact, more than 100 local communities around the country have enacted moratoriums on data centers, and 12 states are pushing forward with statewide moratorium proposals. And here's an important point that I think has not gotten anywhere near the discussion that it deserves. 3 years ago, in March of 2023, more than 1,000 leading AI experts, including Elon Musk, Joshua Bengio, and Stuart Russell, and many, many others, these are leaders in the industry, called for AI labs to, quote, immediately pause for at least 6 months, end quote, and if such a pause were not enacted, called on governments to, quote, step in and institute a moratorium, end of quote. They recognize that, quote, advanced AI could represent a profound change in the history of life on Earth and should be planned for and managed with commensurate care and resources, end of quote. And then these experts, again, these are some of the most knowledgeable people on AI in the world. They asked a series of questions. Quote, should we let machines flood our information channels with propaganda and untruth? Should we automate away all the jobs, including the fulfilling ones? Should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolete, and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? End quote. These are some of the leading and most knowledgeable people in the AI industry 3 years ago. They concluded, quote, such decisions must not be delegated to unelected tech leaders. Powerful AI systems should be developed only once we are confident that their effects will be positive and their risks will be manageable, end of quote. And Madam President, I agree with what these scientists and industry leaders said. We need to slow down the development of AI to give democracy, to give ordinary people a chance to catch up. Unfortunately, several years have come and gone since this letter has come out, and there has been no pause, and there has been no action of significance on the part of Congress. And that is why I will be introducing legislation tomorrow to ban the development of new AI data centers. A moratorium will give us the chance to figure out how to make sure that AI benefits the working families of this country, not just a handful of billionaires who want more and more wealth and more power. A moratorium will give us the time to figure out how to ensure that AI is safe and effective and prevent the worst outcomes. A moratorium will give us the time to figure out how to make sure AI does not harm our environment or jack up the electric bills that we pay. Bottom line, a moratorium will give the American people the time to determine how we can make AI and robotics work for them, not just a few very wealthy people. We need to pass this moratorium here. We need to slow down the development of AI around the world, and we need to bring the international community together to address the risk posed by AI. And I can tell you that in China, in Europe, in countries all over the world, there is deep concern about the safety of AI and the possible loss of human control over AI. So, Madam President, we are looking at the most sweeping and impactful technological revolution in the history of humanity. It will impact all of us in so many ways. And yet Congress remains too busy raising campaign contributions from the industry rather than standing up for the needs of working people. That has got to change. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to make certain that we finally pass a moratorium, slow this down, and make AI and robotics work for all of us, not just a few. Madam President, thank you. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Delaware.
Madam President, the business of this body today has been the so-called Save America Act, a legislative proposal from my colleagues in the Republican Party that is presented as a simple voter ID law. Who could be against that? Requiring ID to vote. But it's actually a far more destructive bill. A bill that could be characterized as the Save Republicans from Accountability Act. A bill that is designed to make it much harder to vote for tens of millions of Americans. And so to try and address some of the underlying problems, challenges with this bill, I've offered several amendments, and I want to speak to them this evening. My Republican colleagues who've spoken repeatedly on this floor about this bill love to say how popular voter ID is. 83% of Americans support it. Well, if my Republican colleagues believe we should pass this bill because of its popularity, shouldn't we start with another policy that's even more popular? 87% of Americans believe criminal background checks should be required for all gun purchases. That would mean closing existing loopholes that allow folks in the United States to purchase weapons without going through the background check process. And that poll saying 87% support it, it's not from some leftist group, it's from Fox News. Of course, universal background checks are popular. Americans are sick of the daily tragedies of gun violence in our communities across our country. They are sick of attacks in schools, in grocery stores, at concerts, in churches, in communities. They are sick and tired of tiny coffins. So I've introduced an amendment to the SAVE Act, adding a provision that would require universal background checks.
So let's get this popular and bipartisan amendment passed. And if, as my colleagues claim, the Save America Act is not a burden, but actually a protection of the right to vote, shouldn't other constitutional rights, fundamental freedoms be subject to the same sorts of rules? 47,000 Americans were killed in gun violence in 2023, the leading cause of death for children and teens in many states. And the SAVE Act is presented as a solution to the problem of those who are not citizens voting. It is a solution in search of a problem. The Heritage Foundation went through and looked over decades, over all the ballots cast in 23 years, and found 77 proven cases of ballots cast by non-citizens. That is a tiny percentage. For every ballot cast by a non-citizen, 14,000 Americans are killed by a gun each year. You can tell me which is the bigger problem. So shouldn't buying a gun be at least as difficult as voting under the bill advanced by my colleagues? My amendment would bring the same restrictions that the Save America Act wants to bring to voting to gun buying. If you need a passport and a birth certificate to vote, why not to buy a semi-automatic rifle? All of our constitutional rights should be protected. So why not apply the standards to the Second Amendment that my colleagues hope to apply to the right to vote? I hope we will take it up, debate it, and pass it. Let me speak to another amendment that I'm offering to the Save America Act. The Save America Act takes away the ability to register to vote by mail or online. You have to go in person to a specific place with documents. And yet millions of Americans live in rural areas, hours away from these relevant government offices. What if you can't drive? What if you can't take time off of work? What about the cost of all that gas as the price of gas keeps skyrocketing? It would take away the ability to re-register and to vote for these rural Americans. So I filed an amendment that says for those Americans who live 50 miles away or more from the closest election office, they can register by mail or online. The passport process is particularly challenging for rural voters. You can't get a new passport online or by mail. You have to show up in person at a government office to apply. Then get the election office to register once you get your passport. How many more hoops do my Republican colleagues want to make rural voters jump through in order to vote? My amendment would permit those who live 50 miles or more away from a passport office or an election office to apply for their passport online or by phone. The cost of living keeps going up. To get a passport doesn't just take time and travel, it costs $165. So I filed an amendment that would make passports for the purposes of voting free for American citizens. The Save America Act has another basic flaw. It would make it difficult to vote for the nearly 70 million American women who changed their name in marriage, where their current name is different than the name on their birth certificate. That includes, obviously, many people of concern, but particularly my wife and my mother have different last names today than they did the day they were born. One of the things that is, I think, a fundamental flaw to the Save America Act is it allows those women to vote if they have a passport. Yet millions of Americans do not have passports, and the cost and the difficulty of getting them, I think, is too big a barrier to voting. What about veterans? Will we actually make them drive for hours to re-register? I'm working on an amendment to partner with the VA to make it easier for veterans to administer. And so, frankly, I have many amendments I'd like to discuss, but these are the few I'll bring up this evening, because before we get to a final vote on the Save America Act, we need to perfect it, because the right to vote is a sacred right in America, and this is a bill in search of a problem, not solving that problem. Madam President, the Trump administration owes my constituents money. It owes a lot of Americans money. The administration owes you $166 billion in illegal tariff revenue. Just over a year ago, on what he called Liberation Day, President Trump imposed wildly irresponsible tariffs on virtually every country on earth, including our closest allies and those with whom he'd concluded trade deals, like Canada and Mexico. It's damaged our relationships abroad. It's harmed our national security. And frankly, it's imposed what is the equivalent of a national sales tax on hundreds of millions of consumers. Well, after a year of litigation, the Supreme Court ruled in February by a 6-3 majority that those tariffs are illegal. That under the Constitution, the tariff power, the taxing power, is assigned to the Congress, not to the President. Trump promised Americans he'd bring down costs on day one, but through tariffs did the exact opposite. If someone had taken money, stolen money out of your wallet, out of your family's bank account, you'd want it back. The average American household has paid $1,700 in tariffs, now declared illegal by the Supreme Court. Our president took that money out of the pockets of Americans and should now give it back. So I'm here demanding Delaware's money back for Delawareans. I'm a proud co-sponsor of a bill to do just that. Families need that money back now because they're increasingly struggling. Because of the war in Iran, gas in Delaware was $2.87 a gallon just over a month ago. It is now today $3.79. The cost of groceries have gone up, the cost of health care have gone up, the cost of electricity have gone up, the cost of gas has gone up. Why are these costs going up? Partly the reckless war with Iran, but also tariffs. After the Supreme Court struck down the IEEPA tariffs, that's the law on which they were based, Trump proposed and put in place a new 10% global tariff. One of the things I get called about the most is the cost of housing. Our little state of Delaware needs to build 24,000 new homes by 2030 to meet the demands for housing. Yet many of the key inputs, lumber from Canada, drywall from Mexico, fixtures and features, the faucets and bathroom vanities imported from outside our country, face stiff tariffs. The costs of homeownership and housing keep going up. And my Tariff Exclusion Act would eliminate those tariffs and bring those costs back down. Because this just isn't right or fair to the people of Delaware and our nation. Folks who are building and innovating, folks who are farming, folks who are launching small businesses, folks who are just trying to put food on the table, clothes on their kids' backs, and send them to school and keep them safe. They have paid too much in tariffs, and our president should pay our people back. With that, Madam President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.